more recently seasoned hunters. To help support this, we'll be introducing a matchmaking rank decay system that grants a temporary handicap score to players that haven't played in a while. Your rank will be reassessed during these matches to make sure you land in lobbies fit for your current rather than legacy skill level. Hunt's great creative combat experience is core to what keeps you coming back for more. Our matchmaking experience is what tries to keep this combat fair. There are multiple factors within our control that can be influenced to provide a better chance of players landing in a well-balanced match, like skill levels, team size, and platforms. There are also some we can't control for, or at least not fully control for. Like
welcome to my channel.
At certain times of the day,
Streamlaments.
cheats finding new cheats,
welcome to my channel.
Experimental new builds. Our matchmaking calculations do their best to control for as many of these factors as possible, and most of the time do a pretty good job at it. As our player base continues to grow, we'll keep evolving the formula that serves up which players land in the same match together. In an upcoming update, we'll be trialing new matchmaking system that includes a broader set of variables for making its decisions on who to match together.
Okay then Raiders, we are back. We've got loads to go over today as it appears that Embark continue to nerf the game. This time in terms of trials, which you may notice have been the case for quite some time. We're going to showcase it because I don't think enough people are talking about it. We've also got some changes that happened to Ermal, the nomadic envoys vendor, and there were some changes that weren't announced yesterday because nobody really noticed them. So we're going to showcase those to you guys as well. And it appears that the de novo anti-cheat is accessing things that it probably shouldn't be accessing. We're going to break down all of the news that you guys need to know about today. If you haven't already, smash the beautiful like button and subscribe, post notifications turned on. It'd be greatly appreciated. We're also expanding the channels. So we've got some new active channels that you guys will see on screen right now. So make sure you check those out in terms of gaming news and some added fun bits as well. Links will be in the description for those. And if you want to get involved with our giveaway, we're giving away a free copy of the game. Or if you've already got it, then we're giving away Raider tokens. Make sure you head down to the comment section and put in any kind of love heart and it will enter you in. That being said though, let's not mess around anymore. Let's dive into the game and see what's happening right now inside of Arc Raiders. So starting off, all of the gameplay in the background was me doing a specific run for a trials for the Search Computers trial. Now this was an absolute nightmare. Not only did that entire thing just not go the way that I wanted to, it appears that they are definitely nerfing things. We were headed over to Spaceport, went to departures, went to arrivals, and if you've been in any of those places, you'll know that computers come second to none. Unfortunately, because it's a trial though, they seem to be nerfing the life out of it. Now we have seen this already with like the kitchen drawers debacle, where we had to search the kitchen drawers and people really struggled to actually find them. It appears that anything that is inside of the trials, they nerf. Now there is only one reason to actually do that, and that is to enhance playtime. If you are struggling to get those 3 stars, you're going to continue to try and do it until you get those 3 stars. If you can come in and complete it in one day and then dip off to other games, that means that they have a lower level of retention, therefore a lower playtime. It's wild to me that not more people are actually talking about this and don't understand why it is a thing, why it's been happening, and if Embark would love to make comment on it, I think that is something that would genuinely help them, because I don't understand what the need for that actually is. Don't force people to play the game, man. Give them a reason to. There's a big difference. Moving on from that though, talking about giving you guys a reason to play the game, there has been some changes to the new vendor, which is the nomadic envoys, Ermal, which we do have a little bit more information about for you guys later on as well, so stay tuned to that one. But we have had some changes. So now in terms of the eligible items to utilize to be able to purchase the stuff in there, all of the arc items now span from the green, blue and purple and gold. So essentially what that means is you guys can now trade in Hornet drivers, Wasp drivers, Surveyor Volts, the Shredder gyros and all that good fun stuff, including even the pop material. This is something that needed to happen, man. There is obviously more that needs to happen with it. We need to be able to commit the supplies to it, so we can essentially add to a specific thing that we're trying to purchase, and then we can empty the stash, add it to it, commit it to that specific purchase, and then move forward and then go and get some more. Because right now, holding all this stuff in the stash just isn't ideal by any stretch of the imagination, but you are able to now do it. Now that is very, very interesting, because I thought that that was one, such a positive move, expanding what you can utilize to purchase it, and 2, it was, well, really nice, because actually this means that they are listening to at least some things. I just hope that they change the commitment to the action very soon. On top of that, we also had the stash expansions, which now have got doubled. You can now get the plus 12 in there twice. It's actually wild because they've now added an extra one. I don't know how many more times they're going to do this or if it's something that they're going to do on a regular basis, but yes, you can now actually actively purchase it twice, which I think is absolutely incredible. For those of you guys who don't want to do the expedition, now you've got even less of a reason to do the expedition because your stash value is going to just be so
Dollary. Welcome to my channel. Encyclopedia Dollary.
Thanks. It was easy.
Dollary.
Thanks,
Thanks for
the
following.
hello. Yeah. So chaos, eh? Fuck off.
El Fritzy. Welcome to my channel.
Yeah, thanks for the follow, I guess. Thank you. A boon. Yeah, let's see the boon.
I'll stop the life out ya. That was almost a challenge.
Nice. Oh, look at that. Piece of fucking shit. Well, this should be easy, right? Right. Meow. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Whoosh, u pičku materinu.
Disrupted.
Fucking lich. No.
Nasty little thing.
Żywe.
Swift magnificence.
Thanks. Thank you.
The foe ahead is formidable. Steel yourself.
See.
I'll turn you and you to dust. Stand clear. Wait. Out for the slam. Stand clear. Beware of what falls. Beware of what falls.
Right.
Beware of the burst. I knew you would see. Pack's full.
Hey you. Welcome to my channel.
Thanks. I get money. Oh, great, I get the money.
Rest a while. Use that well. A new day dawns. Almost there. Breathe. No need to rush. As you wish.
though, we do have a bit of a negative one coming up for you guys, although there is a bit of a positive spin, at least, as I think that some people are a little bit confused about what it is that's actually happening. I saw this post go up on Reddit which stated that the Arc Raiders de Nouveau anti-cheat is accessing my webcam.
Welcome
Just
to
played
my
a game
channel.
now and noticed my webcam light illuminate for a few
Hello.
seconds. I instantly opened up the task manager to check to see what could possibly be running that wants access to my camera. It was the de Nouveau client for Arc Raiders. Why on earth is an anti-cheat need access to my webcam and actually use it? Massive invasion of privacy, to say the least. Edit. It's not a microphone thing. I tested using the microphone in-game, and the light did not illuminate. It's only the microphone. Now, this obviously is a bit of a misconception, I guess. They don't actually access your camera per se, but we have seen this in a lot of other games. What this actually does do, though, is they almost ping the USB devices. What this essentially means is they're trying to look for, like, cheating hardware. They're not got access to the actual camera and the footage that comes off of it, but they do ping the devices to sort of, like, get some reception back off of them, and whatever the feedback comes back off of them will tell you what it is that they're actually using inside of the game. Therefore, your mic will be pinged, your cameras will be pinged, and stuff like that. Now, I do recommend always making sure that you've got caps for your cameras anyway. I don't think that it's 100% safe just have open cameras all over the place. We live in a world where it's not really something that you want to be doing, because most things are easily accessible to those of you who know how to actually do it. So make sure you are capping your cameras on your laptops and on your PCs. But irrelevant to it, this actually isn't accessing your camera at all. It's just a ping method to be able to actually retrieve what it is in terms of information that you guys are using to see who it is that's cheating using hardware. Now that that one's boxed off, let's talk about the real cheaters, as the duping situation is getting so out of control inside of PvP, and we are just seeing the God Cats, yes, that's what they're calling them, the God Cats, the God Roll Bobcats, fully maxed out, just completely rinsing the PvP part of the game. This will get fixed in a very long time. The main reason for this and the biggest worry for it is that we have now gone to 6 monthly major updates and 3 weekly minor updates, which essentially means that for the next 2 weeks, you're going to have to deal with this duplication glitch, whether you like it or not. This is the only negative to those sorts of things. Now, I do hope if they have got a fix for it, that they just push it out outside of their general cadence of 3-week updates. Although right now it doesn't seem too positive, as the duplication glitches have just been reappearing consistently since the game launch. Although now it is really bad, and the PvP sector of the game is really suffering in terms of everybody having these god tier Bobcats. I mean, I guess that does even it out a little bit so that everybody is at least using the same thing, but the problem is with that is that the circulation, the ecosystem inside of the game is then completely shot. Let me know what you guys are experiencing. I do not really focus on the PvP side. I now defend myself, and you will see some more PvP gameplay come to the actual midst of things in terms of the gameplay in the background, but that is solely revolved around protection. I'm not really a PvP player, although actually not too bad at it. Nonetheless, we're going to talk about what you guys had to say in the previous video, where we went over the vendor price changes and the new skin that actually came into the game, which I actually quite like. I think the new skin is really cool. You guys had a lot to say, as per usual. This first one right here, coming from Villain, is stakes. I swear, retaliation does affect matchmaking. It feels like I can't defend myself without being punished. Now, I do think that that is a really odd one. I personally don't feel like I'm being punished. I feel like I'm in a lot more gunfights, but I feel like that may well be because a lot more people are now shooting. Essentially what they've done is, by enabling people to actually be able to defend themselves, some people then get that little juice into the PvP sector and then make that reversion that they would like to do more of it. Therefore, there are a lot more of them coming into the PvP sector. It was a clever move, but it is something that we're all seeing quite a lot now. I'm seeing a lot more people ratting. I'm seeing a lot more people getting maybe defensive out of fear to make sure that they're not shot. It's really wild. This next one right here states, give me back my Care Bear lobbies, which appears that it's not only the first person. It appears that Mike is also having a problem with the lobbies and the way that the actual updates are working. It is a little bit concerning to see that they've messed that up, and it is really becoming a bit of a weird state for Arc Raiders just recently, so I'm intrigued to see where that one goes. And finally, this one coming from Sean states right here, the game is in a sad state, honestly. Now, this is really bad, because the top 3 comments inside of this game were all negative, and it does seem to be that most of the things that I see about the game right now seem to be in a negative light. If Embark aren't seeing this and worrying a little bit and need to alter their stuff, then I don't know what's going on and why they're not actually changing what the bits that need changing and focusing on things that nobody really cares about. It's really odd to me, but hopefully the game may make a turnaround. Until then, the State of Play played last night, and there was a lot to go over and so many good games that are coming over the next year. So make sure you stay tuned as we're going to be covering all of those here on the channel. With that being said, that's all we got time for. If you haven't already, like, subscribe, and appreciate your faces. And as always, I'll see you in the clouds.
Take this. A worthy foe.
Welcome to the Heavy Spoilers Show. I'm your host Paul. In this video, we're breaking down Alien. Now, Alien is without a doubt one of the greatest sci-fi movies of all time. It combines the best elements of horror in a world that's one of the most stylistic universes we've ever seen. That lo-fi tech, the long industrial tunnels of the Nostromo, and just the costuming characters in general are all forever iconic. I've just picked up a book on H.R. Giger's work, and though it doesn't correctly tell you how to pronounce his name, it sucks you into his insane imagination that acted as the basis for cinema's most iconic Alien. The pages are just full of stuff like this, and overall, yeah, you can pretty much turn to anything and you're going to get hit with an instantly memorable image that forever lodges itself in your brain. Inspired by the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, the aim was to make a horror merged with sci-fi. It's also in the rare pantheon of movies that invites debate over which is better, the original or the sequel. That's up there with things like Godfather Part 1 and 2, Star Wars, Terminator, or American Pie. Now, speaking of Star Wars, this movie may have not been greenlit had George Lucas not changed cinema history. Prior to this, 20th Century Fox had no interest in funding sci-fi, but since Star Wars was the biggest movie ever, it made sense to just greenlight other projects. Luckily, we got one of cinema's best, but around the time, there was some big duds as well. But the idea for Alien came about after writer Dan O'Bannon worked on Dark Star with John Carpenter. Both at Alien featured a group of blue-collar workers on a seemingly mundane mission along with a murderous alien. O'Bannon originally titled this movie Memory and only had 29 pages written. These are what would become the film's opening, and we had the crew waking up and arriving at a mysterious distress beacon. In the original draft, their ship would then be damaged and they'd find themselves stranded on the planet. In this, the iconic xenomorph was nowhere to be seen, and that only came in after a failed attempt at a Dune movie. We talked about this more in our breakdown on Part 1, but both O'Bannon and Giger were hired to work on that. During this, O'Bannon was horrified and disturbed by Giger's work, and he went on to write the antagonist as a Giger-style monster. After the Dune movie fell through, he then incorporated his other movie ideas of a gremlin infiltrating a B-17 bomber, which became the second half of Alien. Memory became Star Beast, and then it was finally titled Alien. O'Bannon wasn't shy about his influences either, and stated that the thing from another world inspired the stalking creature in a tight environment. I think that this and the thing work perfectly together almost as accompanying pieces, and the two stand as some of my favourite films ever. Beyond this, the warning not to land on an alien planet was taken from Forbidden Planet, and the discovery of the engineer was taken from Planet of the Vampires. Most agreed that the script was something special, but tensions arose when David Giler and Walter Hill, who were connected to 20th Century Fox, made rewrites that O'Bannon hated. He felt they were trying to attribute the script solely to co-writer Ron Stewart, but in the end, O'Bannon was granted the sole screenwriting credit. Has to be said though that Geller and Hill actually added a lot to the film, most notably Ash. To me, he's the movie's most interesting character, and I love the curveball of the characters realizing there's even someone amongst their ranks who is working against them. Ash's name beginning with an A and also being an android is something that the franchise actually keeps up throughout, and when viewed in release order, the main titles all have androids in them whose initial ascends in alphabetical order. For example, A is for Ash in Alien, B is for Bishop in Aliens in Alien 3, Cole appears in Alien Resurrection, and Prometheus gets that D in David. But yeah, things rolled ahead quickly because of Star Wars, and the producers were impressed by Ridley Scott's movie The Duelist. They got him on board, and though the movie originally had a budget of 4.5 million, this was then brought up to 8.5 when the studio was really impressed by his storyboards. I have to say that I can totally buy into that too, and I think what really sets this movie apart from other sci-fi horrors is just the look and feel of the film. That to me is what sets Alien apart, and unfortunately it's stuff that Scott's even failed to recapture himself. I'm looking at you, Prometheus, but that's a tale for another day, and for the next part of the video I want to go through Alien scene by scene and discuss how this masterpiece was brought to the silver screen. It's a film that's very close to my heart, and I vividly remember my granddad taping it for me when I was 4. Yes, 4 years old. He apparently just looked at the film name and thought it would be cool for a little young kid to watch, and here we are over 30 years later. Scott is also from where I live in South Shields, and they often have big celebrations of his work around the area, so it feels very close to home. This video will also cover both the theatrical and director's cut that was released in 2003. Those can be found on the Alien anthology set or the Alien quadrilogy DVD set from around that time. This is an updated one, it's in HD, it looks slightly better, but yeah, they released basically every single version of the film with a director's cut included. Now Aliens is, yeah, I think they improve on it there, but for Alien, I don't know, I kind of felt let down a bit. Scott even says that the theatrical cut is still his vision and the director's cut was more of an experiment. It's actually 1 minute shorter than the theatrical version, and I think it's kind of cut more like a modern movie rather than like the long feeling of dread that I get with the theatrical. Now that's seen right from the off with the slow reveal of the title and the slow, droning, iconic music. We watch as the letters slowly start to appear, and originally these would have been made from flesh and bone, but that was deemed far too gory. I also think it would have taken away from the mystique, and I prefer that they kept the alien hidden until it's revealed down the line. Predator and The Thing, you know, they both open with the ship in space, and yeah, I don't know, I feel like it always kind of spoiled the mystery, even though we know what it is. Yes, I have seen those movies several times, but I just wish they held it off. The titles themselves were created by design company RGA, and they were hired to work after the studio loved their work on the teaser trailer. The title itself almost feels like it's an alien language too, as the letters slowly fade in. On first viewing, we don't really know what the word will be, and they're almost like hieroglyphics, throwing us off balance until the name of the film's finally revealed. It's an uneasy way to start the movie, with there being large gaps of silence and minor drones from the score. But this is a really slow burn, and we actually don't get a single piece of dialogue for 7 minutes. This company also created the stunning titles for Superman and Predator, and hey, if you want something in space, these are your guys. And we then see the Nostromo, which at first appears almost like a space rock. Giger's style was known as biomechanical, and it was a horrifying mix between natural things and metallic ones. And they were sexy as hell as well. But overall, the ship being like this just plays into the aesthetic. Things in this movie hide in plain sight, with the xenomorph resembling the interior of the Nostromo. Everything just feels like it's building off one design, and because of this, it all comes together perfectly. The name Nostromo itself was also coined by Joseph Conrad, and this means shipmate. The Sulaco and Aliens was named after the town that was featured in that book, and it's sort of like poetry, they rhyme. The ship itself was originally going to be called Snark and then Leviathan, but these names lived on via 2 ships that Dallas served on before the Nostromo. The ship is currently halfway through its trip back to Earth, and this is after it's been loading up at Thetis. That is in the Epsilon Reticuli system, which is actually a real-life location in space. Kinda like how Tau Ceti was used in Project Hail Mary. Just adds a layer of authenticity to the movie, and the Nostromo is sort of like a spacefaring Battersea power station, which makes it one of the most unique looking ships in sci-fi. And to be honest, it's also extremely dull. However, I think it being so mundane works perfectly because it just adds to the feeling this is a run-of-the-mill job. Think in sci-fi movies in general, you're often selling like the fantastical elements, so you have to make things big, operatic and otherworldly. However, having it just be this dull, ugly ship kinda helps the film feel a bit more realistic. Like, this ain't Star Wars or Star Trek, mate. The ship is shit. It was originally also going to be yellow, but Scott asked for it to be changed to battleship grey, which adds to the authenticity. Scott also said the ship had to be slow moving and realistic, and more like 2001: A Space Odyssey as opposed to Star Wars. Scott actually did borrow slightly from that movie though, and just in the same way we get an opening on the Star Destroyer, Alien starts off with this opening on the Nostromo. The undersides of the ship are also shot in similar ways, and it helps to add to the scope and scale of the vessels. As we look about the ship, we can see what is the ore storage in auto refineries, and without these, it looks much smaller. The inside also diverts from the usual sort of sci-fi bridge you'd expect to being something much more claustrophobic. We then see the corridors of the ship itself, with Scott originally planning for there to be flying robots with sensors that would be referred to as mice. They'd fix any problem that they came across, and they kind of remind me of the Scutters from Red Dwarf, although that came out after. Prometheus would later adapt this idea as well, with David and Mother running things while the crew slept. Everything was just stripped and dialed back though, as it was getting far too close to Star Wars. In the end, this isn't a fancy Starship Enterprise, a Star Destroyer. It's very trashy. There's clothes strewn on seats, drinking birds, and just a little bit of personality. These birds themselves sort of playing in the notion of eggs, and we see 3 eggs vibrating as we go across the ship. Eggs become a big point later on, which you can see by the poster behind me. We then get the long corridors that lead to the crew's chambers, which were originally created to be like a vagina. In the original script, the xenomorph would then stalk the female crew members and be fixated on their anatomy. This fits in quite well with how the facehuggers infect people, as they forcefully impregnate their victims. Something that O'Bannon has talked very in depth about since, and the interspecies sexual assault is intended to unsettle viewers, especially around the ideas of male rape, or grape because we're on YouTube. Beyond that, the idea of impregnation ties in with motherhood, and we have the ship's computer named Mother. So there's lots of these little ties throughout, and we then see as the crew awakens almost like they're being born. As we fly through the ship, we then see firefighting outfits as well, and a symbol on the top of the left hallway. This is called the semiotic standard, and it's been used across every Alien franchise film and is now a staple of every movie. Now initially, we as an audience member, we believe the camera is just flying through, but the paper begins to rustle, which makes it seem that something sinister's on board, like a presence moving through the corridors. Gives a feeling of voyeurism, and almost like we're the ones wandering the corridors ourselves. Just plays into the notion of stalking, and that someone somewhere is watching over the crew. Speaking with GQ, Ridley Scott also said he always wanted to have the camera moving, so it would slightly unsettle the viewer. We then focus on the emergency helmets as the ship comes to life after receiving the distress call. It's incredibly analog, which is something that Scott later used in 1982's Blade Runner. Scott reused some of the graphics from here, such as the purge screen at the end, and Aliens confirms that Dallas was indeed a former employee of the Tyrell Corporation. The connection between the two franchises has only gotten stronger over the years though, and they've always felt like they exist in the same universe. What makes this more interesting as well is that Harrison Ford actually turned down the role of Dallas. Alien then went on to be a massive smash hit, and he and Scott would then of course work together on Blade Runner. I'm so glad that Alien Romulus kept this style as well, as it looks far better in my eyes than what we got in the later prequels. Other interesting casting facts include that Meryl Streep was offered the role of Ripley, which is pretty crazy to think of. Veronica Cartwright, who also plays Lambert, thought she was playing Ripley until she arrived in London for the costume fitting. Ripley was also originally written to be a male, and they auditioned lots of men and women for the role. Now, you don't necessarily do that thing when you're writing a script these days, but I think this is what makes the character so strong, as opposed to like, I don't know, like the usual sort of women you got in horrors around the time. Scott said he had this epiphany when casting and realized that making Ripley a woman would just work so much better. I just had a thought. What would you think if Ripley were a woman? She would be the last one you think would survive. She's beautiful. Okay, but whatever the reason, at least we got Sigourney Weaver as Ellen Ripley, who for me is on the Mount Rushmore of sci-fi characters. The computer then wakes up the crew. This sequence was intended to be much longer, with the crew being naked, again tying into those birth metaphors. Originally, we were going to open with a close-up on Kane's nostrils, and sees he breathes for the first time, and then goes into the galley to get some coffee and breakfast. Focusing on Kane is also a very smart way to subvert expectations, as when you do this in a film, you know, you think, that's the main character there. However, he is the first to die, and this is such a great subversion of what you expect. We then see as the crew slowly wake up, and the steady shots of them were used by James Cameron in the sequel Aliens. Scott also said that when the group wakes up, Ash actually takes longer because he's almost like a computer starting up, and this
Welcome to
very
my
much mirrors
channel.
the system on the ship turning on in
Snake
the beginning.
Master.
When we
Hello.
cut to Kane, we can also see
What's up? What's up, my man? Eh,
I have information.
I
About what?
understand Baradon wanting to rise up. What I don't understand
What
is how
can,
they
uh,
choose to go about it.
What would you have them do? Revolution is never bloodless.
True enough.
What kind of information
Still
are you
doesn't
offering?
justify raising
Hello,
the dead.
Snake.
What kind of information are you offering?
Okay, okay, listen.
Treat people like
Did you
dogs.
read
Ash
everything
to the
I
right,
talked
and you
about
might-
in the chat?
Like I rarely read the chat. Which one? My chat?
Okay, okay, wait, look, I'll pin you. I'll reply to it, and then you go down. You go down from where I pinned and tell me what you think. Okay, look,
Yeah.
that's wrong channel.
I'm back.
General,
Which channel I'm looking at?
general.
Your channel?
Click general. Yeah, yeah, my server in general. Sure.
Oh,
And you see, I replied. Yeah, click that.
yeah. When normal mind binds
No, man.
up.
Click. Go up. Yeah, go all the way up. You'll see I pinned you.
Yeah, click. Whatever. So
Click the fucking letter. Click
two
the
extra
reply button, you
bullets, muzzle velocity,
I keep going up. Keep going up.
slots. I'm a snake wolf man. Okay, sure,
Go up, man.
sure, buddy. Who's this guy?
Snake,
He's
for fuck's
US.
sake,
He's US.
Snake, go up, man.
I'm drunk. What do you want from me? I have
You-
a
Okay,
I have
go more up.
a raging headache, so I had to
Okay,
drink
okay,
a
you
wine.
got, okay, you got to it, you got to it. Now go down from here.
So you have to carry cargo crates. Okay.
Yes.
Super.
Free loot.
Yeah, yeah. Watch me carry a crate while somebody shooting my ass.
Why did you just drop it on the floor?
Yeah, sure. That is so fun. Rework the unit resistance. Yeah, I saw it. Long ammo stacks. Yeah, though you don't stack ammo. GG. This shit is 5 slots. Yeehaw! You don't agree about this shit being 5 slots?
No.
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 Oh, shit. Yeah, yeah. But that's the
I think
balance.
it's terrible.
That's the balance. If they put like a $10,000, it wouldn't make difference, right? People would still buy it. Those that wanna buy it would buy it for 10,000. It doesn't matter. Money is not an issue. You know?
Okay, what do you think about all the bolt actions having special long arm?
All the bolt action, like Veterli is long ammo.
No, all the bolt action long ammo is now special ammo.
Yeah, it's fine.
It's no longer normal ammo. It's
Yeah,
special
it's
ammo.
fine. You need like purple boxes, correct?
Hot out here. Get to
Yes.
see what we can smith.
So what's the problem?
Perhaps
I'm
Nice of your opinion.
yeah, I see no problem there. Like you're
You are troll.
overreacting.
I'm not overreacting about what? I didn't say anything bad. Man, you didn't even read what I wrote.
You can tell me. I don't need to.
You are troll master.
Sure.
Adele, where are you?
I'm
So-
here.
Oh, okay.
So I remember what happened last time we played. You, me, and Adele. So
What happened?
I played what's it called, the Band-Aid, on her,
Yes.
or as you say it in Serbia, Croatia, fluster. You know what fluster is?
Yes.
A Band-Aid. Yeah, I played Band-Aid on Adele, which was stupid because she felt, I think, I would have felt like I'm comfortable if somebody was like tailing me in like a non-stop. But it didn't came out of me, being like an asshole. I just wanted to, I guess keep her out of harm's way, which was dumb. And then I watched you play, was it yesterday or some other day before? And actually you stood there in the open, Cloud, taking bullets. And when you realize you didn't hit like those headshots, you had sweet headshots, you're being shot by 2 or 3 people at the same time, and you didn't have like any solid cover to go back to, and Adele was like 10 meters away from you when you started shooting, so she couldn't help you. Then you left her alone to deal with 3 people. I would feel
But I
pressured.
died.
Yeah, but I would feel pressured. I would like Alt F4. I would blow my set. Well, then everybody said, "Okay, I died. Let's play another one."
I mean, sure.
Yeah, I'm not defending Adele. It's just like you put too much pressure on somebody that's playing casually. You're playing
It's
serious.
because I believe in her.
Yeah, you believe like one-on-one. I can believe one-on-one,
believe
but
in
I
her.
don't believe like
She's
somebody.
a very
Yeah,
strong and
yeah,
independent
yes, maybe for something
believe
else
in
other than Hancho.
independence.
Yeah, yes,
woman.
yeah, whatever. No, not everybody is Rachta's girlfriend, you know, that ugly woman.
Oh, yeah. Wasn't she cheating? Did you say she was cheating as well?
Really? Did you send Adele? How does that like hag looks?
No, I have not. I've seen her once. She was actually playing.
She's
in
super
Senate.
ugly.
She was playing.
She
She was playing on his account.
she must be his cousin. I might be drunk, you know, but she's super ugly. I don't know. I don't like it.
She might be his cousin.
I don't know. I'm not into cheating. Have you seen that old clip where that Asian girl is playing Counter Strike, and she forgets to turn off the cheat overlay, and
Yeah.
she starts like walling people, and then she goes like, "Oh, what's going on? Oh,
It's
like
basically-
Jane, where are you? Where are you, Jane? Why did you install this shit on my PC?" And he's trying to like blame it on like her roomie, like, "Oh, she installed the cheats." Oh
Pretty
my
funny.
god. Why would you? Sorry. Anyway. You shouldn't force anybody to feel uncomfortable. There you go, I said it.
Who's uncomfortable? Oh, Adele? Adele, you're uncomfortable?
You're pushing her too hard.
Sometimes.
Nah, she can do it.
Sorry for advocating in your name because you feel like you won't tell him the truth.
She does.
Oh.
What?
You said you don't say the truth, I said you do.
I do everything. I am very, very blunt person. So if I think something, I tell people. I don't sugar glaze.
You're not.
That's why I have no friends, because I'm very uncomfortable friend, because I tell everything. to
Yeah, you
everyone
remind me
honestly.
of a certain person.
You mean Clouds? Yeah, Clouds doesn't
Nope.
give a shit about
Nope.
anyone.
Nope,
If he
I do the
someone
same.
calls him a faggot.
I do the same.
When I met him, I was even telling him, "Do you not fear to lose friends?" No, I don't give a shit. So he just rage
Kim?
baits them and
Nah.
tells them everything.
I mean,
I'm like, but it hurts their feeling. I don't give a shit.
it
Why would I care?
if you can't say anything nice, you could just shut up, I guess.
Yeah, but he doesn't do that. He tells them everything. He says, "Fuck you, nigga, you're stupid." And I'm like, but you can't say that to your friends. I don't care.
Don't join the
It's their
game.
issue.
Join the game.
I'm like super empathetic, and I tell him not to tell them that. He's like, "Oh, I don't give a shit."
Okay, perfect. Let's go.
So what did
So-
they change? Is Labelle shit now?
No, they didn't change it yet. It changes on the 9th of June.
So
Ah.
On
That-
your exam day.
that's gonna be chaos. The loadouts are gonna change
I
like night
can't
and
wait.
day.
I can't wait for the new. Did you see how good the map looks?
I mean, it's
They
not
changed
the map.
almost all.
It's-
They changed almost all compounds. I don't know if you saw.
Really?
They added. Yeah, they added shit to every compound.
Okay.
So it looks more like. it
Okay,
was like,
do you wanna write this something down, like
What?
the thing that I'm about to say? In less than a year, they're gonna make inventory system like in a Tarkov or Arc Raider, and you're gonna be able to like loot people shit, you know, guns,
I
consumables.
complained something to
You'll see.
Joseph, and Joseph told me it existed before. I wish there was like a free loadout, a random loadout, like in Arc Raider.
Yeah, I think there is.
Existed.
Is it? Is it still?
No. She meant like before how you can get tier 1, 2, and 3 hunters before, and they would
Ah.
have a random loadout.
Ah,
So before it used to be a thing, then for some random reason they removed the fact that there's tier 2 and tier 3 hunters So now there's only 3 loadouts. There's no more. You spend $1,000 on a guy that has already shit equipped. Nope, that doesn't exist.
Well,
yeah,
but
and now they have like 3 characters and they all have same guns, like same Romero and same. Like I want to try variety, you know. I want to try different guns and I want the game to pick something for me.
so
but
you
I
want
don't have.
randomizer? There is
Yeah.
a tool.
Man, fuck your
Actually-
tool, bruh.
Listen, I'm trying to tell you. Fuck you and your tool. You can use to randomize your loadout. A lot of people use it. So
How do you do that?
that's called like a hunt loadout randomizer. Let me
I
send
know,
you.
yeah, that, but still, why is that not a feature in the game, like Ark? With
Because
free loadout?
Crytek, because Crytek's, you know,
Fucking brain dead fucking monkeys.
it
They
takes.
removed
Yeah, I
the
know, but-
Why did they remove it? I
So-
don't under- I
How
still
so
do
don't-
they
listen,
expect people to play
they
this
don't.
game if they
They
remove every
they don't.
feature?
They have like between 5 and 20,000 people playing it like last 2 years. They cannot go about that. Am I wrong, Cloud?
No,
That's
I
a
think-
peak.
I think there was-
20,
there was a
25.
peak.
Yeah,
There was
huh?
a peak of 30k when the
When?
Chinese are present.
Oh well, we don't count them.
We count the Chinese. They're the
We
most
don't
When is
count.
the Hunger coming out? I want to play that one.
Isn't it this year? Sometime?
But the
Ah,
hunger
they keep
is
saying
is
something.
is more shifted in, you know, hand-to-hand combat. You have guns, but they're kind of clunky and slow, as they
the
should
guns
be.
are kind of only for PvP.
Yeah, you don't want to like spend like bullets to like fight the you know the zombies and you know the undead, whatever it is.
Gonna put
Unwashed
fucking
McDuck.
Whoa, Joseph!
Welcome to my channel.
There is a
Best promotion on
Warhammer
stream and
Survivors demo. It's out. Demo.
What is that?
It's
You can try
Vampire
it out.
Survivors, but they collabed with Warhammer 40k.
What's it called?
So you can.
Let me hear it.
Warhammer Survivors. That's how it's called.
Warhammer. So, what more do you know?
Yeah, it's a
Yeah, and
collaboration.
now they released demo, so you can try it out.
I'll probably buy it.
We're on the ship map. We're on the ship map. That's great. I love this game.
Wait a minute. This is
Now I
collab,
can play- Yeah.
so it's a DLC.
No, it's a new game.
Wait, but who made it? It's called.
The
The
Warhammer
Vampire-
company
No, no,
with
no,
the
no, no, no.
Vampire Survivor
no.
company. They collabed.
No,
They said, "Oh, hello, niggas, we're gonna collab."
no, it's not them. It's a different
is.
No,
Yes,
no.
it is.
you're not
They
like
talked
go
about
to
it.
go to Steam. You'll see. The developer is called Auroch Digital, and they made a different game. It's very similar art style, you know, like and sprites. But let me just see the gameplay. I'll tell you. That's the only game I bought on my phone, you know.
Vampires Survivors.
Yes, that's the only game I have on my phone.
I have bro Clash of Clans, bro Clash Royale, brother.
That's a free hobo game. Get out with that.
Bro, such good fucking game, man.
Yeah.
Buy fast, buy fast.
You are
Go
hobo.
now. Buy gems, brother. Buy gems. 5 billion gems. $200.
Yeah, whatever.
It
Oh,
says
boy.
Vampire Survivors devs co-developed with Auroch.
Yep.
Digital.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Then you're right. But you know they co-developed, so.
No, I'm just saying that it is. It's not that they copied the art.
No,
style
they
of the
didn't. Like
developers.
probably with their
This-
permission. Yeah, I get it.
Time to die.
I sent my friend that I got that mount, that Heavenly Onyx cloud. If you told me to go farm Gmod or the Jaina mount, that woman, Jaina.
China?
Oh, the water elemental.
Jaina Mount is the water element.
He said that he did 160 fucking runs and barely got it. And he said that when there was a bonus event, he sent 12 characters to do the fucking shit just to get the fucking mount.
Spark Sniper better with that.
That's your loadout.
No, that I found it on the board.
So So, what do you think about my prognosis? They're gonna make inventory system.
Oh, that would be fucking
don't-
nice.
I don't agree. I don't think they would.
Really?
I like the Tarkov shit.
Like,
Well, I don't think that this is that type of game, and I don't think it fits. And if they do that, I think a lot of
It
players
doesn't
stop playing
fit.
because it doesn't make sense.
brother, you got a flamethrower and
What does
machine
it
gun in
fit?
game.
People there. Watch out.
Where?
Up, where I pinned. There.
You saw him?
Yeah, he was running around. He was
Don't
there.
worry, they run. Did you shoot at me or who?
Maybe me, because I think I heard the bullet fly by.
He was here. Yeah, I guess he shot at you.
No telling what this is saying.
Can you get the clue, please?
It's red.
It's red.
Yeah. Man, I get fucked.
He's in the window, I think.
Man, you use me as a bait. Fuck you.
I don't know where they are. I thought they left.
No, I told you.
Thought you have it, show.
Yeah.
I don't know where he got shot from.
Cloud would never use you as a bait.
Yeah.
Oh, he's here. He's in the window. I can see him. I just don't see his head. Wait. Killed him. Clean choke, Eddie.
I don't know if I
Oh, he
can
got res.
reach that far.
But go closer.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, another team is here,
Where?
behind us.
What is this cluster? Fuck.
Here, I think. Do you not see him? You should be able to see him. Yeah, I don't know what's up. He's on the road. I killed him. I don't know. He died again to the poison. I'm getting kills by doing nothing. Eddie, I'm sorry, you died. I thought I broke the save.
I don't know what to do. I hate this game. I don't want to play it. What?
He's in the tower.
Ja, zobacz. Get him. Ah. Modern Warfare 4. Je. So, how are your matches?
Dobar dan, Mr. Snake.
Hello, dobry dzień.
Snake, I am playing in the red mode.
Arc Raiders, red mod.
No, listen. I took crossbow with steel bolt, shoot woman in head with crossbow, and she died. Her head,
Exploded.
big stick inside the head.
Like
No.
like a melon.
No. I like melon. Very good.
Mellow. Okay.
Snake, when are you playing Hunt Showdown again?
I just remember last time we played and I like to forget about it.
Snake, Hunt Showdown, very fun game, Snake.
Yeah, very funny game. Indeed.
Oh, it's here.
Oh, nice.
I'm gonna check my friend Neurotic to see what he's up to. So good luck. And
Yeah,
try,
good luck,
tr-
Snake.
try not to shout on your friend's cloud. You hear me?
Oh, I didn't do anything.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Okay. Okay, okay.
Notice that Ian Holm isn't actually breathing at this point, and it isn't until much later that he starts to do this. We also have the tubes themselves, which are cylindrical in shape and also look a bit like an egg. We then cut to the crew eating breakfast, and Kane says, "I feel dead," which is more foreshadowing. In the film, all of the cast members are also referred to by their last name as a way to address them professionally, and this is even the case for the cat too. Jonesy is very much seen as a member of the crew as well, and the animal is of course there to boost morale. However, them not using their first names creates a bit of distance and shows they aren't really friendly beyond their roles at the company. Jonesy himself was actually portrayed by 4 different cats, with one being used for holding, the other used for hissing, and the other 2 for running off and running away. And that hiss is iconic as well. What this does though is completely disarm the viewer because the crew is jovial and it makes the chest burst.
Ja sinoć nešto listao na poslu i vidim da već ima preorder i uzeo.
Lepo. Lepo.
Da je isti kurac, mislim. Svako će se uzeti odmah, tako da ima čista cena.
Ako ti tako kažeš.
Ja igram malo misije. Kupio sam sidro za one tokene, još mi je ostalo, pa ću tako pomalo tučem one robote, samo tokena uzimam. Tako da kupujem te preveske bizes, malo igra odigram.
Say, we're not receiving any... Oh. I see. They say you'll want to know.
A to imaš i ono, vidiš, ti imaš pored sve.
Ali možda daješ ove low quality komponente za skina.
Da, viš da su smanjili, ali oni to iz nedelje u nedelju.
Pa vide da ljudi ne koriste ove super vredne stvari. Naprimjer, stavili su Raider tokene da možda kupiš za one premium delove. Ali sve ostalo možeš da nabaviš za jeftinije komponente ako hoćeš.
Da, ali više ako je sad skin jeftiniji i ove stvari.
Pa treba ti svi delovi od svih. Šta za skin? Pa ko će to da grinde? Mislim, igraće ljudi, razumeš, a da li baš hoće toliko da grinde, nemam pojma. To nemam pojma. Ne znam.
Kažem, njegov šum bi uzeo, ali kao skupo mu je, pa rekao, ti igraš samo kampanju, rekao, šta je skupo? Što je skupo, ako igraš sve, jebote.
Šta mu je skupo konkretno?
Pa kao Call of Duty kampanja za te pare, pa rekao, ne možeš da igraš samo kampanju, onda ne treba ni da uzimaš.
Šta, single player da igra?
Kampanju samo, ne igra multiplayer.
Ma kaki, pa nije normalno, to je glupost. Niko ne uzima Call of Duty da igra kampanju. Jedino ako je 5 evra, znaš.
Ovako ti imaš dobar koncept za te pare. Mislim i kampanju i multiplayer i DMZ. Da nisu vratili DMZ ne bi uzeo. Ali čim je premium bio, oni će redovno i to da update-u i tamo. Sedmog će biti više informacije. Sad 7, 4 dana. Ja rekao, da li da uzem preordere koja ide, rekao, svako, mislim, igra neće biti na sniženju, brate, godinu dana, razumeš? Mislim, i kad izađe, onda isti, kurac, uzaću odmah sve.
Neurotic Official. Welcome to my channel.
Instaliram ovaj Modern Warfare, keco ću kampanju da igram opet.
Što da ne?
A malo da se prisetim pre 4. dela, malo odigram prvi del sad u junu, jul, avgust, pa brzo će to. Znači oni dolazi u oktobru, beta će kraj avgust ili septembar. Ti kažeš, oni dobro odrade kao studij, ali onda odu kod onaj odbor, razumeš, i onda ovi sada bili se monetizacija, ubacio one idiotske skinove, ubacio ovo, ubacio ono.
Kaže, imaš par opcija. Jedna ti je opcija da uzmeš ljude ako si ono mudo, kao što su radili ovi likovi što su napravili ekspediciju 33. Uzmeš jedan deo ljudi i kažeš, ok, radite sami bez nas, uzmete zajmo i napravite igru kako vi mislite doćete. Ako mislite da ste sposobni, pa naprave igru godinu. Prodali su koliko? 10-20 miliona primjeraka. Na Steamu. Na Steamu.
Boga mi, brate, da se Infinity Studio odvoji za sebe i izbaci...
Infinity Ward, da se odvoji od Activisiona? Razdali bi se od para. Da, ali konstantno ubacuju s ovim idiotima iz, ne znam, Sledgehammer Gamesa i tako tim nekim.
Bukvalno. Nego kažem, dajem primjer da su odvoji da izbaci DMZ kod nešto, pošto je njihovo delo.
Ne moraju uopšte a onda bi se sudski sudili. Mogu da naprave modern šuter koji se tako ne zove, razumeš, značiš da je Infinity Ward.
Pa to, mislim, sam da se zove Call of Duty.
Apsolutno ne mora. Pa da, samo da otprilike ono modern setting, ono vojnici
If you
to.
can find out about the foreman's reconstruction project,
kao oni zato
perhaps
što
we'll learn more about
se
why
probija
Project
Ark
Heartwood
Raiders
got
ostale
canceled.
igre, onda vjerojatno i oni vidjeli, razumeš, da ekstra šuter i onda su ga opremio.
Pa vide šta se prodaje, jebi.
Ovi, eno, Dustin Warzone free to play. Stavi oni sa sveđave, jebate. I bolje je što neće biti free. Meni bolje. Yes. Ja sam stavio tabletu ovu zadnju misiju sad, prema što sam je došao.
Šta stavi, tabletu?
Burletu pište.
A, ono da staviš u Buried City u sandu.
Sad imam valjda dve na DMB tragu, onda imam stalo. Pa ovaj možemo igrati subote, nedelja, onaj...
Pravno, može.
Ovako, brate, odigram malo Elder Scrolls i malo igram misije, pa nema šta da igram. Tuko sam ovih dana mi falilo Ja ne žorim, znaš, kad nakupim, ako preskočim u nedelju, uzet ću sljedeću tokenu. Tako pucam te velike robote.
Da budem iskren, meni dosta na rotaciji, razumeš, da uzmem po neki skin koji nemam.
A dobro, ti ih imaš više.
Ma, dosta su bile 3 rotacije, svaki ima.
Zato kažu, sve možeš uzeti faktički za te tokene. Hoće sve oni izgledati, te skin, te ovo, te tokeni, te
Hey!
Hello, hello. Hello. Bijem sve.
u property spomaš ono DLC pa da označiš šta hoćeš da instaliraš, znaš.
I?
Ja sam instalirao, šta ću da instaliram ovo ostalo, neću igrati, si prošli.
Ono je jako dobro mu.
Ovog sam ispratio da će biti verdanski iz Modern Warfare Cats, da će biti iz Quake Almazra i treće i nešto fora na televiziju ako ti skače reputacija kao ono, ako prelaziš misije progres, ili će AI ako te napadaju kako će da pucaju nekako tebe, kako imaš veću reputaciju. Vidjet ćemo šta će biti, šta je istina to. Znači mi ide u premium, znači da će da ga
Hello.
Hello. There are no balls here. I'm doing trials.
Da se istuširavaš.
Okay.
Da se strečam. Da se običavati.
Hi, sir.
Yes. Ali. Bye.
See ya.
window is closing. You have 10 minutes to return to Speranza. I repeat, 10 minutes. 5 minutes.
Head home at the highway overpass hatch.
Welcome back. Cool.
the scene later on, all the better, because we've had a relaxing scene like this one. Something to pay attention to here as well is that we can see as Ash reaches for a jug of milk. This is something he drinks throughout the movie, and it is thought that this may be replenishing the fluid in his android body. Scott explained that he was inspired by HAL 9000 from Kubrick's 2001: A Space Odyssey, and AI turning against humans is of course a very timeless message. These influences are also extended to Mother as well, as its full name is Mother 6000. Mother was originally going to be the one who let the infected came back on the ship, but in the rewrites it was then replaced by Ash. However, at one point in the script, Ripley would have had a conversation with Machine, basically pleading to be saved, and Mother just replied by saying her loyalty was science. From the off though, we instantly see that Ash is very much a company man, as he says how Mother wants to talk to Dallas. It interrupts the very awkward discussion of pay, which we can tell from Parker is a bit unequal, even though that...
Visibility is dropping fast out there. If you're heading out, stay low and use landmarks to navigate. If you can't see the next piece of cover, you're already pushing it.
Jesus Christ. Hello.
Hello, bro.
Hello. Do you need a free blueprint? I
can't hear. Repeat after.
do you need free blueprint?
Yeah. Take it.
Yeah. Fair enough. Thank you, man.
Thank
Good
you,
luck.
man.
Good
Thank
luck.
you, man.
Are you hitting the robot with a hammer, man? Don't die. Nice. I don't have a revive. I can revive you with I can give you bandage if you wanna crawl to the exit.
Thank you.
Let's
Oh,
go.
no, thank you. I have.
Survivor.
I have. Yes, yes, thank you.
Okay. Do you need a key? I can open your
I
hatch key.
have key.
Okay, okay.
I have key.
So there is a bastion right outside. So watch out for that.
Okay.
Yeah, good luck, man. Good luck. Yeah, yeah, same.
orbiter is en route. The safe window is closing. 10 minutes to get out of there. I repeat, 10 minutes. 5 minutes left. Go find your way home. I repeat, 5 minutes.
all stuck in the same place for the same amount of time and doing the same thing. Now this video is sponsored by the DC Studio Showcase podcast, which is available on the HBO Max YouTube channel or wherever you get your podcasts. Hosted by nerd commentator Frankie Smith and pop culture pundit Koi Jandro, each episode features in-depth conversations with guests from across DC Studios and DC Comics. They deep dive into their latest projects, and with Supergirl and Lanterns right around the corner, they're going to be going over everything all summer long. While we cover the big movies and shows here, these guys take it to the next level and cover the films, the comics, and everything a die-hard DC fan needs to stay in the know. Now if you saw our last advert for them, then you'll know I was going through Absolute Batman. I was on volume 1 there, I'm on volume 2 now, and I'm bloody loving it, mate! The podcast is the perfect companion to the comics and films, and it highlights must-read issues and what to look out for every single week. The Jim Lee episode is amazing as well, and one that goes over the industry, art, and what makes DC DC. They also have massive guests like James Gunn, Jim Lee, Sean Gunn, Katie Sackhoff, and a ton of other huge names from the DC world. So if you're a DC fan, then you've got to check it out. Head over to the HBO Max YouTube channel using the QR code or the link in the description and search for the DC Studio Showcase. I genuinely cannot recommend it enough. Huge thank you to them for sponsoring the video as well. Now let's get back into the breakdown. We then see Dallas walking to Mother. In the theatrical cut, we have a long panning shot of the deserted bridge, which ends on Dallas standing in the doorway drinking his coffee. The director's cut streamlines things a bit more here though, and cuts down a fair few of the longer shots from the film. Like how the whole process of loading up Mother requires pressing a big button in a key card. There's lots of differences like this throughout though, and if you want to see a list of all the stuff, then head over to moviecensorship.com where they've done a big list of all the changes. Mother itself also feels like it's building off human anatomy, and if the tunnels are the vagines and the fallopian tubes, then this is the brain. At the time, mainframes were also massive bulky devices with reel-to-reel tapes, and this computer simply has a room full of lights, so it's crazy futuristic. I love as well how Dallas walks in with his coffee like he's a trucker sitting down in his big rig. The Now Playing podcast pointed out that these were seen as space truckers, as trucker movies were very popular in the 70s. It's stuff like Duel, Convoy, Smokey and the Bandit, so this just kind of tapped into something people were used to seeing, but it took it to a strange new environment. As we cut to the other characters, we hear Ash say,
"Thank you."
Now, this might be me reaching here, but it seems to me like this might hint at his secret robotic identity. Be careful how you speak to ChatGPT, folks. He's saying thank you, he's a fucking clanker. At Lambeth Station, we can also see she has Balaji Imperial cigarettes. This might be a reference to Balaji Badejo, who was the man in the suit for the Xenomorph. Funnily enough, he actually beat out Peter Mayhew for the role, who of course played Chewbacca. Ripley then reports that she has no idea where Earth is, and that they're not even Earth's system. She then tries to flag Antarctica traffic control, which is just a nice little bit of world building to show how the planet's changed. In these early scenes, Ripley is very much a background character, and they don't really draw much attention to her. You obviously wouldn't get how important that she becomes, but I think it's a great touch just focusing on the characters who die. When they do, you're like, oh shit, I don't know what's gonna happen, and it just makes you uneasy for the other characters. Ripley then makes a long-range transmission, and in Scott's original storyboards, he envisioned a large dish that would then unfurl. This didn't make it to the movie, but we do cut to the outside of the ship. They then initially think they're lost, but soon discover this is part of the company's orders. Parker and Brett then seem very hard done by as they work in the bowels of the ship and are very angry that the higher-ups never come down there. It's a really nice way to make the crew all seem fragmented and show that they're kind of cliquey. This is further shown when Parker comes in and shifts Ash out his seat and then begins to dust it off. The pair's work would also be explored in a scene that unfortunately never made it past the storyboards. In the original script, they were going to go outside the ship and investigate the Nostromo. Using a small craft, they'd see that one of the Nostromo seals was damaged, which sets up the ship having issues after leaving LV-426. However, the budget didn't allow for it, which is a shame, but it is something that Scott would later kind of use in Alien Covenant. Dallas then explains that they're only halfway to Earth and they've been diverted off course by Mother. By law, they have to intercept transmissions and investigate them, which Ash brings up right away.
There is a clause in the contract which specifically states any systematized transmission indicating a possible intelligent origin must be investigated.
Now, over the years, they have clarified that Ash and Weyland-Yutani were aware that the creature was out there, and they deliberately sent the ship in that direction. So having Ash be the first to talk about how it's their duty to go is another clue he only cares about the company. Parker then brings up the topic of bonuses, which Ash seems really annoyed about. Again, just showing he's a company man. But he uses this as a way to manipulate the crew, and we learn that if they don't investigate, then their shares are forfeit. This is why the idea of money in descent was brought up earlier. Lambert then manages to locate where the signal's coming from, and in the director's cut, Ash was the first to mention how you can walk on the planet due to the gravity. This further shows how Ash is way more intrigued than the rest of the crew, and how he's coming up with excuses on why they should go instead of why they shouldn't. Which, yeah, mate, and this is during a time when everyone else is like, fuck that, I'm going back to sleep. Bail. The shots of the planet and the ship just look incredible though, especially as the craft starts to descend into the planet's orbit. If you watch a director's cut as well, stuff is a little bit more enhanced with them placing in extra stars. The entire sequence is really balletic though, with a string soaring as they start their slow descent. They actually spoke with real scientists on how to conduct this, and it's about as far away from Star Wars as you can get. When that first released, you know, loads of people came out on the internet, well, they didn't have the internet, but sitting at bus stops being like, actually, taking off and landing on a planet, it's really difficult. Star Wars had lots of quick wipes, and basically made it seem like taking off and landing was like parking a car in a garage. Here though, it's all about authenticity, and they perfectly show how difficult that it is. Like, even when they land, stuff goes haywire and they desperately try to rush and put out fires. On Ripley Station, we can also see a little picture of Jonesy as a kitten, which is a nice bit of world building. But why isn't there a picture of her daughter? Forget about her, did you, Ripley? We also see the words Wayland Utani, and they later add the D to the end of Wayland, because I don't know, mate. I spent ages looking for this, and I think it's just a typo. It's something to do with, like, Leyland Toyota or something. Just googled it. It was playing off Leyland Toyota, but they didn't want to add the D because it would make it too obvious and they might get in trouble legally. But yeah, there's a great sense of danger, and the crew's expressions make this seem far from routine. They're risking their lives by landing here, but if they don't, they forfeit all their shares and therefore won't get paid for years of their lives. So it's a must-do. I love how this also humanizes them as well, and though I'm sure like me and you would be like, whoa, let's go to space, mate, that would be amazing. To these guys, it's just another day at the office. Another manic Monday, if you will. Even traveling across the stars just seems very mundane to these guys, and yeah, if you do something enough times, eventually it's gonna get dull. Even if it's as fantastic as watching the 17th alien breakdown that Heavy Spoilers has done. We then get another clue that Ash is the company man during his discussion with Kane.
We can't go anywhere in this.
Well, Mother says the sun's coming up in 20 minutes.
We see that isn't the case later, and it remains dark the entire time they're there.
Bullshit.
But he's constantly pushing the mission forward. Ash then mentions that the makeup of the planet's primordial, and not trusting what's out there, Dallas decides to get the weapons. And a fat load of good they were.
Better break out the weapons.
However, in the director's cut, Kane actually holds up a gun when looking at the egg. We then see Ash psyching himself up. I don't know if it's me reaching, which is something I seem to be saying a lot in this video, but I always thought they'd done something to the sound here to make him sound slightly less human. He comes across as a very weird dude though, and just basically amping himself up to go and sit in a chair. It's the others who are thrusting themselves into the danger, and we see as the scout team then head outside. These spacesuits were apparently a nightmare to film in, as the set was incredibly hot and the suits were bulky and uncomfortable. This led to the crew fainting while filming, and in between the takes the helmets constantly had to be taken off due to them filming with carbon dioxide. A nurse was kept on set while these scenes were being shot, but it wasn't enough. Scott even put his kids in the suits at one point to break up the actors' time in them, but they also fainted as well. Now, he wasn't all Victorian workhouse, he legitimately had a reason for putting the kids in the suit, and that was because they were smaller, and therefore the scale of the ships seemed even bigger. Should have really got themselves some stuff that fit though, and they could have done that by visiting on...
Vamos purificar a galáxia, planeta de cada vez.
Iniciando o salto MRL para o sistema Churre.
Desce, Darkus, yeah.
Salto concluído. Coordenadas da missão inseridas.
Oh,
Hellpods prontos.
Destroyer aliado unindo-se ao esquadrão, enviando Helldiver. Merch store below. There we have a whole host of alien-themed shirts from the ones we created when first breaking down these movies years ago, all the way through to Alien Earth. We also have big discounts for the summer as well, and lots of designs from other nerdy stuff too. Now down in the ship's tunnel, we see Parker and Brett pushing back on Ripley. They're blasting the air vent, so it's difficult for her to talk over it and constantly asking about money.
Don't worry, Parker, yeah. You'll get whatever's coming to you.
Which, yeah, in hindsight, makes this line seem like a bit of foreshadowing.
Why don't you just fuck off?
What? She then brags about going back up to the bridge, and we see they're stuck in the palace. But I do feel like this pair are the best characters in the movie, and they've got some really good camaraderie. Even just Brett lighting his cigarette with a blowtorch is such like a nice little subtle character moment. As he looks for the outside of the ship, Lambert then says she can't see. In Scott's original storyboard, she was supposed to have a visor to aid her when trying to find the source of the transmission, but I think it works better just having them wandering in the light. The UA team were also supposed to come across the rock formation near the ship. Originally, they would then find the space jockey here, albeit fossilized. They originally also wanted to have a pyramid instead of a ship, but the Fox executives decided it was just way too expensive. The pyramid itself would originally have an egg room and hieroglyphics around it, and this would discuss the jockey's religion and society. The pyramid then morphed into a silo and later rewrites, and we learn human scientists had lured the Nostromo crew there to test out their new bioweapon. The silo itself looked like an egg and was based around the concept work that Giga did on Geedy Prime for June. This all got scrapped though, but elements of it would pop up in the prequel movies down the line. Various designs for the derelict ship were also done by the concept art team, but they got rejected for being far too rational. It wasn't until Giga started working on it that the design was finalized as this full ship. The model was made from plasticine and polystyrene with a metal frame surrounding it. It was intricately detailed, but a lot of this was lost on screen, and that was due to Ridley Scott's decision to backlight the spaceship. But, to be fair, looks great either way. In the theatrical cut, we then go to Ripley radioing Ash before she just sits at her console and puts up her feet. In the director's cut, she just sits at the console at this moment with this little bit of friction being cut for the runtime. But I like it. Cutting back to the spacesuit crew, we then see them walking towards a Nostromo, and you can see a spray coming off the top of their helmets. This was actually a malfunction and was an aerosol can that accidentally set off, but it works really well. The crew then enter the ship through the holes in it, which look very, very ladylike. This is something that fits really well with the style of the facehugger and Giga designs, and just plays upon the design of female anatomy. In a deleted scene, they then debate over whether or not to enter the ship, but as we know, no entry, no more shares. We then lose contact with Ash as they explore the derelict, and it looks very xenomorph-like, which itself plays the biomechanical feeling of Geiger's work. The tunnels have a tail-like look to them, and you can see how the xenomorphs could hide themselves on the ship here as well. Upon making their way into the cockpit, the team then come across the space jockey. This, of course, has been massively explored in Prometheus, but I'm gonna say it all the time about Boba Fett. Nothing is cooler than not knowing. I did not need to know Darth Vader was a kid who lived on Tatooine and worked for a guy named Watto. I did not need to know Boba Fett was a clone kid. Mysterious stuff is cool because it's a mystery. Now, the Dark Horse comics did go on to make them look like elephants named Malakax, and these got fleshed out quite a lot before things were then retconned for the Scott prequels. That explained the skeletal look was actually a suit, but I love how they kind of make him look like he's part of the chair here. And again, not knowing is better. We then get foreshadowing of what's going to happen with Kane as the crew sees something has burst out the jockey's chest. Interestingly, the crew were originally going to take the jockey's head back of the ship for testing, which is a scene that kind of got brought across to Prometheus. Kane then spots what we can presume is acid from a xenomorph that's created a hole through the ship. I love as they then decide to make their way down there, and the camera just slowly zooms on the jockey's face, gives it focus as the harbinger of doom, and how the crew stumbled into this cosmic horror realm that they don't quite understand. The design of the jockey welds together the unknown, horror, technology, life and death. This in itself is the first alien the crew have ever come across, and just having a dead 17-foot tall elephant looking humanoid shows how even a giant is insignificant power in what they're about to face. It also highlights the hostility of the universe and how even ancient, technologically advanced gargantuan creatures can be wiped out by what the crew's about to come across. Just the way Dallas's light goes up it as well emphasizes the idea there's something lurking in the shadows. And again, not knowing is cooler. Cutting back to Ripley, she then tells Ash that the transmission isn't an SOS, but it is in fact a warning. Once again though, Ash is a bit sus and he talks Ripley out of going to tell the crew, saying that she wouldn't reach them in time.
What's the point? I mean, but the time it takes to get there, they'll know if it's a warning or not, yes?
Again, Ash is doing whatever he can to make sure the mission goes ahead, and he's even willing to stop Ripley going to warn them. It's not like it wouldn't have fell on deaf ears either though, as Kane is a guy who sticks his face in an egg anyway. His hubris was actually hinted at in the deleted scene where he was warned about unhooking his harness. Still does it anyway, and it's all a case of how curiosity killed the cat, and his need to push on is what gets him killed. Scott's original idea for Kane was that during this descent, his suit would then light up like a Christmas tree, kind of alerting the eggs in there that something was coming. The inside of the ship is also like a rib cage, and him descending the rings is like him going through the 9 circles of hell. We also see the back of Kane's helmet at certain points, and this has been purposely designed to look similar to the alien's body, with tubes protruding like a tail. We also see the blue light over the eggs, which acts as a warning beacon. Ignore it though, mate. Originally, webbing would have covered the eggs, but it proved too costly to produce. Luckily, the Who were rehearsing for their tour next door, and the production managed to borrow some lasers from them. They then used dry ice to produce the look that we get on film, which I think is infinitely more iconic than some webs. What's a funny bit of trivia as well, you can actually see the lasers in the Who's Shepperton Studios gig when they play Won't Get Fooled Again. Who will get fooled again is Kane, who then slips into the pit, and the rest is history.
In the name of science, I will put my face in.
Now, we know from the expanded lore exactly how these eggs tick. They only react to organic life, and the facehugger then slips in an alien embryo, which looks like a tadpole thing. That then lives in the person's lungs, where it gets oxygen and nutrients directly from their windpipe. They then burst forth and unleash hell, and basically go on to create more little aliens. This life cycle was inspired by spider wasps, and for the movie, 130 eggs were produced, with one specifically being designed for the shots of Kane being attacked. The eggs in the facehuggers are some of the most memorable things about this movie, and they used dead animal entrails for both. The facehugger was made of a shellfish, and the stink of it got so bad on set that the casting crew were apparently vomiting after getting close to it. When crafting the script, Ronald Schuster also said that one of the big problems they faced was how they actually got the alien off planet and onto the ship. They needed to do it in a way that didn't make the crew look like idiots, and realized that the only way to do that was have the facehugger impregnate one of the crew. As he gets it close, we also see the eggs tripping upwards, which was achieved by Ridley Scott filming with the camera upside down. Gives it this otherworldly feel to it though, and how it's something alien and unnatural. The moment of the hugger inside the egg was also brought to life by Scott himself, simply using a rubber glove behind it. All of them were made of plaster, but the special one had a rubber top and hydraulic system that allowed it to open up like a pedal and look a bit like a vagina. This design also carries over to the facehugger itself, which we do see when they start prodding it later, with a long phallic thing. I can read subtext, mate. Then leaps forth, but we cut before seeing what's happened, and I love the slow reveal as they finally get back and show the hugger wrapped around his head. The long scorpion tail and finger-like tentacles just perfectly fused together lots of different elements to give it this iconic design. This wasn't the original design though, and it did look like two hands, and also incredibly unsettling, like most of Giga's work, or Geiger's work. I'll fuck it up every chance I get. Now Ripley tries to follow protocol as Kane needs to quarantine. Ash defies this though and lets him in, which is yet another clue that there's more to him than meets the eye. If he was truly a man of science, he'd understand why that's so important, but yeah, the guy clearly just wants the creature on board. It does nicely play with our expectations though, as it makes Ash seem like a nice guy. Raz Ripley is ironically the one who's thinking logically like a machine, and you can see why her coldness makes the crew not like her. I did watch Romulus immediately after this as well, and they have a bit where they talk about an android sacrificing miners to save a large group. Ripley is just doing the same thing, but Ash is willing to break the rules to get the alien on the ship, which also highlights his hypocrisy as he was overly interested in following the rules before. In a deleted scene, we then see the stretcher that Dallas and Lambert made to bring Kane back to the Nostromo. This would then be loaded on board the ship with robotic arms ringing in his body. I do prefer how we just cut at the helmet though, and we get an idea of just how strong that the creature is by the fact it's cracked the glass. It's something that also gets later explored in Romulus, and in the director's cut we get Parker asking why they don't just freeze it. None of the team respond, but Romulus showed that this actually would have got it off his face. The director's cut is wildly different compared to the theatrical one in the scene as well, as Ripley arrives and Lambert slaps the shit out of her. For the theatrical, we just cut them outside, but you can see remnants of the slap as Lambert's caressing her hand. Ash also thinks that the thing down Kane's throat is feeding him oxygen, and he tries to talk Dallas out of cutting it off.
Now we're assuming it's feeding him oxygen. If we remove it, could kill him.
But Dallas decides to do it anyway, and we see firsthand exactly why that's a bad idea. Turns out the facehugger's blood's acidic, and we watch as it burns through the ship's hull. A point that the Now Playing podcast brought up that I think is really important as well is that typically in movies, if something bleeds, we tend to see it as a weakness. For example, Predator, if it bleeds, we can kill it. That isn't the case with these creatures though, and even their blood is a defense mechanism. You see that the creature spouts acid from its wounds, and this is strong enough to melt through the hull. This is actually something they came up with in the scripting process, as they knew audiences would ask why they didn't just shoot the creature. We then get a bit of maybe sexual iconography as Dallas puts his pencil inside a hole with a very peculiar looking end. I know sometimes a cigar is just a cigar, but this is alien. After this, we get more voyeuristic shots moving around the medical bay, which gives the feeling that there's another presence on board the ship. It's here that we then pan over to Ash, who's observing what's growing inside Kane. We move over to him in this long POV shot, which is when it's revealed, this is actually Ripley's point of view. This is the first time it makes it feel like we're seeing things through her eyes, and it's a nice subtle way to kind of hint that she's the main character. As she asks some questions, Ash quickly turns off the screen, a bit like my wife when I walk in and catch her watching Screen Crush. What were you doing? He says how tough the facehugger is though, and Ripley reminds him that when Dallas and Kane are off the ship, she is in charge. Clearly, he didn't listen to that authority before though, because to him, the company is the one who's his boss. His orders come from someone else. Ash then drinks milk again, which on a second viewing could show he's topping himself up. Drinking milk in general is basically a bit of a trope when it comes to a villain, as typically it's something that represents youth and innocence. And this is a coffee, but it has milk in it. Lovely cappuccino that I made that myself, got chocolate sprinkles on it and everything. I may not be a good movie reviewer, but I can make a cracking homemade cappuccino. But yeah, him drinking milk just adds a sense of cognitive dissonance and subliminally throws off the viewer. If you look at films in general though, we have stuff like the Droogs drinking milk in A Clockwork Orange, Shiger drinks it in No Country for Old Men, and we also have Christoph Waltz's character in Inglourious Basterds doing the same thing. Rose drinks it in Get Out, and Homelander of course drinks it constantly throughout The Boys. So if someone's drinking milk in a movie, then chances are they're a bad guy. We then get to Dallas, he's listening to music in a shuttle. This is called The Narcissus, which is named after something from another of Joseph Conrad's works. That is The Children of the Sea, A Tale of the Forecastle, where the Narcissus is also the lifeboat of the ship, and it's something that Ripley uses to escape it. His chill time is interrupted as Ash says he should come and see what's up with Kane. The facehugger's done its job, and Kane's now a ticking time bomb, and this ushers in the second half of the movie. Now, you kids might not remember 1979. I don't, because I wasn't alive, but in my research, I saw the marketing for the movie basically only had the egg on the poster, and the trailer only showed the Xenomorph's point of view. So audiences never actually knew what the alien was. On first viewing, you know, you might even think, oh, the facehugger, that was the alien, and that's dead now, so whew, everything's okay. The day is saved. However, nobody had any idea that the facehugger wasn't exactly the scariest part of the film, and as we later learn, there's something now lurking inside Kane. Scott also settles us here perfectly with the camera work. This is positioned on the floor, almost acting like the facehugger's point of view hiding from the characters. The tension's then cut with a little jump scare, but the nightmare is only going to get worse. You might also notice that Ash has a tray ready to go. This is another clue that the life form's his priority as opposed to taking out the creature. Even after its corpse falls, Ash rushes right over to check on it, and it looks so sexy. The way the tail dangles down before it falls as well is also a great piece of table setting for the audience. We later see chains which look like tails when Brett is killed, and just having this image here kind of builds towards that. Now, we think everything is fine as Ash dissects the facehugger. There was going to be a clue though, as the mural showing the creature's life cycle was intended to be included when the away team investigated LV-426. This would show the xenomorph around the top, which we can see by the head on the right. This would then create an egg and facehugger, which would then attach itself to an engineer. The chestburster would then pop out, and the cycle would begin again. As you guys know though, you know, the life cycle of the xenomorphs has been a bit all over the place throughout the franchise, and in some versions of the film, it was the crew who got turned into eggs. Aliens then introduced the queen, and thus this cycle never really happened. There'd also be a phase involving spores, which connected to another deleted scene later on. Ash once again is exasperated with Ripley though, after she says to get rid of the facehugger. He's annoyed as he says this is their first encounter with his species, and he wants to take it back to science. And because it's sexy. Upon like the 100th rewatch of this movie though, I have to wonder if Dallas knew the secret orders. He's chill about going on the side quest, and also happy breaking quarantine rules. He's of course in contact with Mother as well, and might have had his own orders beyond what we learn. That, or he's just an idiot, I guess. It is funny though, because as the movie rolls on, he gets dumber, while the perceived lazy and entitled Parker becomes strong and brave. Ripley also questions Dallas's orders, and it seems protocols changed quite a bit. He says that when it comes to anything scientific, Ash has the final word, while Dallas just flies the ship. We then learn that Ash only joined the crew 2 days before the Nostromo was to start its route back to Earth from Thetis, which is another clue that something was off. It's a big change, as Dallas has flown with the same science officer 5 times before, and it does hint towards the company being aware. However, in the director's cut, this information was cut. They do change things quite a lot and make it seem like the signal on LV-46 was just simply a chance encounter as opposed to the company knowing. I have always wondered what Scott's final decision was, and it has been said that the director's cut was done because that was the fashion at the time. And after Blade Runner, lots of studios were cashing in on being able to sell a movie twice. And again, he has said that the theatrical cut is the final version. In a deleted scene, we then see Parker and Brett fixing up the ship before being interrupted by Ripley. This would be on the intercom, and Parker would call Ripley a bitch after she hangs up, showing that the crew don't really like her. But hashtag Ripley was right. We then get back to the refinery, and Parker suggests putting Kane in stasis.
What I think we should do is just freeze him. I mean, he's got a disease. Why don't we stop it where it is?
Kind of is just the same point as earlier, so yeah, you can see why they cut that bit for the theatrical. We also learn they're about 10 months away from Earth, so the plan is to just go back to sleep, but this is interrupted by the news that Kane has woken up and is surprisingly happy, very lucid. I always see this as being like the weird lucidity just before death, when someone who's terminally ill is sometimes able to just get up and dance about and hit the thumbs up. Seems like everything is fine though, but there's quite a chilling moment when they ask him what he remembers.
I remember a horrible dream about smother.
Now this dream represents a reality of him being grabbed by the facehugger, which smothered him while impregnating the embryo. Dreams are often said to be representative of reality and experiences, and this smother's been brought on by the trauma that occurred to him. However, rather than being able to remember what actually went down, his brain's given him a fragmented memory that instead paints out the attack as a nightmare. Kane lost his conscious memory of the event, and this violation is something he's now subconsciously repressing so he doesn't have to deal with it. Even the way he quickly changes the conversation and says,
Could I have something to eat before? I need something else.
It's him kind of refusing to face the situation head on and instead try and move away to something else. When we cut to the table, we can see him gleefully smiling away, and he's clearly thinking about the future.
The first thing that I'm gonna do when I get back is to get some decent food. I can dig it, man.
This scene is also called The Last Supper, and we have lots of biblical allegories before it all comes crashing down. Around the table, at several points, we also have the Mr. Fusion, which was later used on Back to the Future.
Amostra recolhida. Eu cuido do terminal. Objetivo localizado. Manter posição. Estou no terminal. Eu cuido do terminal. Objetivo desconsidere. Fixando o local. Nordeste, 300 metros. Temos equipamento.
Gonna deliver them a kill bomb. Hit the button.
Valeu.
Progresso da missão confirmado.
Granada.
Posto avançado destruído.
O Helldiver nunca morre.
Recurso tático próximo.
Dando sentinela. Pacote obtido. Pedindo uma arma de apoio. Largando o pacote. Pedindo suprimento.
Can we get ammo here?
Pacote obtido. Afirmativo. Afirmativo.
Posto avançado liberado.
Valeu. Largando o pacote. Liberdade para... Pacote obtido. Noroeste. Aqui comigo. Pesado. Aqui comigo.
Exato.
Granada lançada. Pedindo sem Tô precisando de sentinela. Pimenta. Me salva. Pacote obtido.
One more. Hey, you can tap the button. Go.
Largando o pacote. Solicitando mochila tática. Pacote obtido. Valeu.
Go.
Valeu. Pacote obtido. Temos equipamento. Lançando farol de suprimento. Cheguei ao terminal.
Go.
Suprimento.
Democracia aplicada.
Pedindo equipamento. Solicitando sentinela. Pedindo sentinela.
One shot, sentries.
Encontrei algo. Lançando granada. Pesado. Bora. Aqui comigo.
Ao alcance de recurso tático inimigo.
Marcando o local. Noroeste. Perigo.
Oh, don't worry.
Minha vida pela superterra. É um bomba armado. Evacuar a área. Largando o item.
Run fast.
Instalação autômata destruída.
Afirmativo. Valeu. Pedindo.
Enviando pacote
Slice.
de equipamento.
noroeste. Longe. Afirmativo. Encontrei algo. Amostra rara obtida. Pesado. Nossa, Afirmativo.
Just throw C4. He's dead.
Pela prosperidade. Pedindo uma arma de apoio. Pedindo sentinela. Enviando sentinela. Solicitando. Mochila tática chegando. Afirmativo. Venha comigo.
Cabum, cabum.
Assinalando o local. 9. Fica um belo gole de liberdade. Valeu. Indo subir. Peguei uma amostra. Primeiro. Marcando o local. Noroeste. Cancele. Encontrei algo. Marcando o local.
Posto avançado destruído.
Assinalando o local. Suprimento. Solicitando sentinela. Alvo esticado. Carregador já era. Pedindo uma arma de apoio. Carregador já era.
Estratégia vital para o objetivo disponível.
Pedindo réu bomba.
No, no.
Pedindo sentinela. Solicitando sentinela. Ativando o terminal. Pedindo sentinela. Réu bomba armada. Evacuar a área.
Run, run.
Verdade distribuída.
Pesado, oeste. 100 metros. Assinalando mapa. Noroeste. 200 metros. Fabricante de robôs. Oeste. 50 metros.
It's done, it's done. Don't spend the bomb.
Afirmativo. Granada lançada. Pedindo equipamento. Amostra recolhida. Solicitando armamento avançado. Solicitando sentinela. Peguei uma amostra. Valeu. Afirmativo. Solicitando. Lançando farol de suprimento. Pedindo sentinela. Solicitando sentinela. Carregador novo. Suprimento. Pedindo sentinela. Granada! Lançando granada! Recarregando! Granada lançada! Naves de carga, sudoeste! Que tal um belo gole de libertação? Pesado, oeste. Largando o pacote.
Ponto avançado liberado.
Carregador já era. Pedindo sentinela. Pacote obtido. Pedindo sentinela. Solicitando sentinela.
I see, man.
Afirmativo. Marcando o pacote. Solicitando pacote obtido. Lançando granada.
Okay.
Marcando o pacote. Reforços. Pedindo arma de apoio. Solicitando mochila tática.
I'm an idiot.
Valeu. Pronto pra
Thanks.
libertar. Pacote obtido. Temos equipamento.
Go. for that. Clunk, clunk, clunk.
Toma! Toma! Afirmativo! Valeu. Carregador já era. Pedindo sentinela. Solicitando sim. Pedindo sentinela. Pedindo. Mochila tática chegando. Exato. Ué, é. Ué. Lançando granada. Afirmativo.
Bunch of junk.
Solicitando armamento avançado. Pedindo sentinela. Cheguei ao terminal.
Mais um passo para alimentar a galáxia. Pode fazer a extração quando quiser.
Suprimento. Afirmativo. Minha vida pela Super Terra! Sinalando o local. Pela prosperidade! Granada!
Moção lançado liberado.
Clear.
Assinalando mapa. Norte. Longe. Lançando farol de suprimento.
Enviando pacotes de equipamento.
Pedindo sim. Solicitando sentinela. Afirmativo. Marcando o local. Norte. Desconsidere. Que cai! Suprimento. item de valor.
Democracy protects.
Valeu. Valeu. Lançando granada! Experimento! Experimento!
A extração está disponível.
Encontrei algo! Amostra rara obtida. Amostra recolhida.
Implantando o sentinela.
Pedindo sentinela! Pedindo!
Pacote de equipamento a caminho.
Pedindo! Tem uma coisa aqui. Suprimento.
Posto avançado liberado.
Valeu. Afirmativo. Suprimento. Amostra, cancele. Assinalando o local. Amostra.
A extração está disponível.
Valeu. Valeu. Mais uma amostra recolhida pela democracia.
It's okay, I can't see shit anyway. Smile and wave, smile and wave.
Pedindo sentinela. Granada lançada. Solicitando sentinela. Venha comigo. Solicitando sentinela.
Yeah, this one.
Suprimento.
10 minutos para concluir a missão.
Deixa comigo. Diga oi para a democracia. Pedindo suprimento.
Oh, I hope you like requisition. Hope you like fucking 200 requisition. Thank you, super.
A extração está disponível.
Temos equipamento. Gente, chama a democracia! Lançando granada!
Fuck you.
Pedido aprovado. Os reforços estão
Motherfucker.
Entrando na briga. Marcando o local. Pesado. Norte. Consegue. Aqui comigo. Granada
Watch out,
lançada!
throwing TNT. Watch out, stop.
solicitando sentinela. Pedindo uma arma de apoio. Pesado. Norte. Aqui comigo.
Eu quero. Minha perna! Pedindo. Solicitando sentinela. Solicitando vigilatário. Sinalando o local. Sentinela. Lançando. Naves de gás. Naves de gás. Tudo é.
Yeah, drop them.
Fica ao pé. Valeu.
Not that many. Yeah.
Peguei uma amostra. Fabricante de robô. Lançando granada. Lançando farol de suprimento. Amostra recolhida. Minha vida pela super terra. Suprimento. Suprimento. Largando item. Afirmativo. Pedindo extração.
A extração está a caminho.
Largando item.
So they don't fly away, no?
Pedindo sentinela. Solicitando sentinela.
Chegada em 1 minuto e 30 segundos. Chegada em 1 minuto.
Eu quero.
I see.
Afirmativo. Diga oi para a
Nice
democracia.
thinking. They're behind the wall. Just sitting there. Motherfuckers.
Chegada em 30 segundos. Chegada em aí ao Pelicano 1. Zona de extração avistada. Pelicano 1 iniciando sequência de pouso. Cuidado com suas cabeças.
Pedindo suprimento! Solicitando equipamento! Uma arma de apoio! Marcando ponto de extração.
Contagem regressiva. Prepare-se para decolar. Orçamento para reforços esgotados. Extração completa. Pelicano 1 iniciando ascensão. A vitória nunca foi uma dúvida.
You don't say. Yeah, no worries.
Coordenadas da missão inseridas. Hellbots prontos. Ativando propulsores orbitais. Órbita sincronizada. Lançamento iniciado.
O que você fez hoje entrará para a história.
Sendo o local. Leste, longe.
Objetivo localizado. Leste, 100 metros. Objetivo parcial em sua área.
Pedindo veículo.
Solicitando sentinela.
Solicitando sentinela.
Pedindo meu povo.
Lançando farol de suprimento. Bem-vindo equipamento.
Get us, bitches. Eh, 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 eh. Roger.
Aqui com... Aqui comigo.
A lot of these fuckers.
Venham comigo. Afirmativo. Pedindo suprimento. Lançando granada. Pedindo.
Implantando sentinela.
Solicitando sentinela. Granada lançada. Suprimento.
Estratégia vital para o objetivo disponível.
Enviando um SOS.
I forgot. Eh, eh.
Foi mal. Afirmativo. Pesado. Norte. Que calma. Nave esticada. Nave esticada. Sul. Lançando granada.
Bomb the cornfield.
Tudo é. Valeu. Carregador novo. Pedindo sentinela. Tudo é.
Dignidade da democracia preservada.
Pedindo sentinela. Solicitando sentinela. Enviando mais. Pesado.
Where is the corn?
Fixando o local. Leste. 100 metros. Fabricante de robôs. Leste, 50 metros. Lançando granada!
Watch me, watch me.
Lançando farol de suprimentos. Objetivo localizado. Sudeste.
Motherfucker.
Amostra recolhida. Suprimento. Assinalando o local. Sudeste. Cancele. Marcando o local. Pesado. Sudeste. Recarregando! Carregador já era. Pesado. Sudeste. Aqui comigo. Hoje não! Amostra rara obtida. Amostra recolhida. Robôs, Nordeste. Foi mal.
Pedido aprovado. Os reforços já foram lançados.
Preparado no front. Amostra recolhida. Assinalando o mapa. Sul, 100 metros. Pedindo sentinela. Solicitando sentinela. Solicitando equipamento.
Posto dos autômatos destruído. Ao alcance de recurso tático inimigo.
Objetivo localizado. Sul.
Estratégia vital para o objetivo disponível.
Don't turn, motherfucker.
Vital, belo fone de liberdade. Pedindo réu bomba. Fixando o local.
Recurso tático próximo.
Marcando o local. Suprimentos.
Objetivo principal próximo à sua posição.
Pedindo uma arma de apoio. Granada lançada.
Democracia aplicada.
Valeu. Valeu. Pedindo sentinela.
Implantando sentinela.
Solicitando sentinela. Pedindo sentinela.
They're walking around me.
Pacote obtido. Afirmativo. Marcando pacote.
What's for that?
Amostra rara obtido. Pedindo reforço. Preciso de suprimento. Pedindo suprimento.
I think you got him. Nope. Still alive.
Pedindo solicitando sentinela. Eu quero.
Yeah. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Dead. Yeah, bullshit, bullshit.
Pedindo veículo.
I need one more shell for the thing. Where is it?
Suprimento.
Found it.
Pacote obtido.
Yeah, just press the button.
Objetivo localizado. Valeu. Marcando pacote obtido. Toma! Toma! Valeu. Sinalando mal. Sul, 200 metros.
Objetivo concluído.
Valeu. Sudoeste. Marcando local. Sudoeste. 210. Fabricante de robô. Sudoeste. 50 metros.
GG. inside.
Pedindo sentinela. Sentinela. Afirmativo. Stop esticando!
A liberdade triunfa sobre a tirania mais uma vez. O transporte de extração aguarda seu pedido.
Tudo é.
A problem. Ah, no problem, no problem.
Extração autorizada. Estou à sua disposição.
Yep, below, below.
Tudo é. Granada lançada.
For democracy.
Pedindo sentinela.
Implantando sentinela.
Solicitando. Lançando farol de suprimento. Pedindo.
Extração autorizada. Estou à sua disposição. disposição.
Sinalando mapa. Oeste. 300. Pedindo. Solicitando sentinela. Pedindo suprimento! Suprimento! Afirmativo! Encontrei algo. Lançando granada. Valeu. Suprimento. Afirmativo. Pesado, aqui comigo.
Extração autorizada. Estou à sua disposição.
Carregador novo. Encontrei algo. Granada lançada! Pesado, tudo é. Pedindo sentinela! Solicitando sentinela. Encontrei algo! Lançando granada! Fabricante de robôs. Norte, perto.
Posto dos autômatos destruído.
Que tal um belo gole de liberdade? Carregador novo! Lançando farol de suprimento!
Supplies. Well, you got supplies inside the base.
Afirmativo! Lançando granada!
A extração está disponível.
Suprimento! Solicitando veículo! Solicitando suporte aéreo! Granada lançada! Sinto o gosto da democracia!
Posto dos autômatos destruído.
Enviando uma águia! Pedindo sentinela! Solicitando sentinela! Nave picante! Pedindo sentinela. Solicitando sentinela. Lado de cara. Norte.
10 minutos para concluir a missão.
Largando o item. Solicitando equipamento.
Drop the artillery strike.
Pedindo.
Enviando pacote de equipamento. Posto avançado liberado. A extração está disponível.
Solicitando sentinela. Afirmativo. Encontrei algo. Vem. Solicitando sentinela.
Oh, I see. They started teleporting around. Watch out, man. Watch out. It's a bullshit. I just saw them like drop from the sky or something.
Suprimento. Bora. Pedindo sentinela. Venham comigo. Afirmativo. Valeu.
Thanks. Oh.
Assinalando. Valeu. Suprimento. Afirmativo.
Extração autorizada. Estou à sua disposição.
Venham comigo. Marcando o local. Sul. Assinalando o mapa. Leste. 300 metros.
Where are the samples? Super samples, no?
Fixando o local. Leste. 300 metros. Amostra rara obtida. Amostra recolhida. Encontrei algo. Pedindo sentinela. Solicitando sentinela. Afirmativo.
Restam 5 minutos. A liberdade tem pressa, Helldiver.
Fixando o local. Oeste, 300 metros.
I don't know. Sorry, can't find them.
Encontrei algo.
There we go.
Sul. Desconsidere. Pesado. Sul. 50 metros. Foi mal. Negativo. Afirmativo. Perdindo.
Enviando sentinela.
Largando item.
Not bad.
Lançando farol de suprimento. Pedindo equipamento.
You got 3 or 4 minutes, so
Afirmativo.
yeah, strange.
Resta 1 minuto. A partida do Destroyer é iminente.
Afirmativo. Pedindo sentinela. Solicitando sentinela. Pedindo extração. Pedindo sentinela.
Pedido de extração confirmado.
That's
Transporte
it.
a caminho.
2 minutes. shoot. They're close. Like real close. Watch out, TNT.
Granada lançada! Afirmativo!
Chegada em 30 segundos.
You don't get killed by sentry. Watch it. Watch it. Watch it. Okay.
Chegada em 10 segundos. Aqui é o Pelicano 1. Zona de extração avistada.
Afirmativo!
Pelicano 1 iniciando sequência de pouso. Cuidado com suas cabeças. Contagem regressiva. Prepare-se para decolar. Extração completa. Pelicano 1 iniciando ascensão. A liberdade lhe deu apoio.
Amen. Thanks. Okay.
What the film does brilliantly here though is that it lures us into a false sense of security. We're supposed to think the alien is dead and Kane is waking up in good spirits, which makes us begin to relax as an audience. Talked about this when breaking down lots of different horror movies, and things can only get really scary if you have things being really fun at points. For example, the Clone Temple has lots of bits that will make you laugh out loud, lots of cool light-hearted moments, but the reason they do that is because when you get to the horror stuff, it seems even more horrifying because you thought you were in a completely different movie. Kane starts to initially choke, and we see Ash coldly observing him rather than rushing over to help. Eventually he gets up, but he's the last to help out even though he's medically trained. We then get a scene that forever changed cinema, and yeah, obviously it's been talked about to death, and I'm sure you've heard everything about it, but we are being thorough. Now chances are that you've heard Veronica Cartwright and the rest of the team didn't know what was going to happen. That's mainly because of how she reacts, and there's kind of become an urban legend about this scene because of it. However, they'd of course read the script and had rehearsed this scene a couple of times. What they didn't know though is that there would be this much blood, so their reaction to that was real. Over the years though, it's kind of been twisted to be that they didn't know any of this would happen at all, but yeah, Kevin's spoilers debunks because they did know they had read the script. The scene itself creates a perversion of birth and shows it as an agonizing thing in which a phallic-shaped creature bursts out of someone's chest. It plays into the fears of sexual assault, although...
Sempre bom ter mais herói a bordo.
Os inimigos da liberdade avançam.
Coordenadas da missão inseridas. Hellbots prontos. Ativando propulsores orbitais. Órbita sincronizada.
E
lançamento iniciado.
last one to give up.
Vamos descobrir já se os autômatos sentem remorso.
Seguindo sentinela! Solicitando sentinela. Seguindo sentinela. Lançando farol de suprimento. Ataque orbital. Seguindo veículo. Seguindo uma arma de apoio. Minha vida pela super terra! Liberdade para sempre! Sentiu o gostinho da liberdade? Venham comigo! Abre de cara, bora! Toma! Toma! Abre de cara, bora! Robô, bora! Abre de cara, consegue! Recarregando! Bora! 50 metros! Assinalando o local. Consegue! Vambora! Marcando o local. Pesado! Nordeste! 50 metros! Abre de cara, Nordeste! Abre de cara, Norte! Assinalando o local. Norte! Solicitando sentinela! Abre de cara, Nordeste! Pedindo sentinela! Oeste! Abre de cara, Norte! Abre de cara, Oeste! Norte! Seguindo sentinela! Afirmativo! Peguei uma amostra!
You need samples? We can get them.
Afirmativo! Afirmativo!
Roger.
Peguei uma amostra! Solicitando sentinela! Pedindo sentinela! Eu quero! Falando local! Noroeste! Nossa, recolhido!
Yeah, looks clear.
Afirmativo! Pedindo suprimentos!
Enviando pacote de equipamento.
Amostra!
A extração está disponível.
Toma! Toma!
Pelicano 1 preparando para partir. Lançamento em 20 segundos. Extração completa. Pelicano 1 iniciando ascensão. A democracia vence mais uma vez.
Same. Maybe it's again. Good. La 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 la. Time after time. Da 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 da.
Os reforços estão
Time
postos,
after
mas você
time.
nem precisou. Excelente trabalho. Sempre bom ter mais um herói a bordo.
Take care. Good luck. Boom. There you go. Motherfucker, who told you to update yourself? Rot in hell.